Are we live? Are we all set? Thank you. Thank you all, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Melanie Sachs. I'm House Chair of Energy, Utilities and Technology. Welcome you here this afternoon for our work sessions. I'd like to begin this time on my left for committee introductions.
Good afternoon. My name is Jerry Runte, and I represent parts of the towns of York, Wells, and the town of Englewood.
Good afternoon, everybody. Matthew McIntyre, House 18, representing 16 towns and 32 unorganized territories across Penobscot, Hancock, and Washington counties.
Good afternoon. I'm Representative Valley Geiger, District 42, Rockland, most of Owl's Head, and the islands of North Haven, Cree Haven, Matinicus, and the Muscle Ridge.
Good afternoon. I'm Steve Foster from Dexter, representing District 32.
Hi, Chris Kessler, representing part of South Portland and a smidgen of Cape Elizabeth, District 121.
Good afternoon, Nicole Grahowski, represent Senate District 7, 22 communities in Hancock and Knox counties.
Good afternoon, Matt Harrington, Senate District 33, 4 towns in inland York County.
Good afternoon. My name is Sophie Warren, and I'm fortunate to represent a small but mighty portion of Scarborough in the main house.
Good afternoon. My name is Reagan Paul. I represent House District 37 in Waldo County.
Good afternoon. My name is Hilton Webb, representing House District 98.
Howdy, Nate Wadsworth. I represent House District 82, Southern Oxford County.
Thanks so much, everyone. And Senator Lawrence is here today. The Senate just got out. We appreciate our senators who are able to come straight over to begin. So at this point, to my knowledge, we will go down as listed on our work session. We have 5 today. We had talked about a language review for 2113. I suggest we don't take that up today. That was passed out yesterday for those who were not able to be here. We can do that on Tuesday, maybe with other language reviews. So Lindsay, I'm sorry if there's language reviews today. There's not? Okay. Didn't want to disappoint you, but thought I'd do it on mic. So sad face could only be to me. So we will hopefully take up that and any reconsiderations or language reviews on Tuesday. Committee, I do not believe we will. I understand that session is canceled for next Wednesday. I do not believe there's enough on our docket. Unless you'd like to meet on Wednesday, let me know. But I do not anticipate, for those of you on other committees, that this committee would meet next week on Wednesday. Tuesday and Thursday, of course, are our regularly scheduled days. So housekeeping all done? Yes, good. All set? Okay. So we will open up our first work session of LD 2220-2220, an act to establish the Maine Home Energy Navigator and Coaching Resource Hub. And we just had the public hearing yesterday.
Yes, so I did not prepare bill analysis for the committee because I'm assuming this is all fresh in your minds. But just to give you a general overview, so this bill was a result, this was a committee bill. So you voted simply to report out a bill for reference back to be able to hold a public hearing. This bill would create the Maine Home Energy Navigator and Coaching Resource Hub within the Department of Energy Resources. And it directs the department to make available standardized training curricula and program materials that may be used by communities to implement their own energy coaching programs. The bill as printed includes a $100,000 one-time general fund appropriation to fund the resource hub. And I'm happy to take any questions.
Any questions for Lindsay regarding the verbal bill analysis? Seeing none. Committee, I'll bring it to you to discussion, or if there are any folks that you would like to bring up to ask questions of. Representative Kessler.
I would like to vote to pass as amended.
Motion on the floor ought to pass as amended. It's seconded by Representative Webb. Any discussion, committee? Representative Foster.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a couple of things, and I would only ask that if I'm incorrect on these, then I'd ask somebody to come up and explain that. A couple of my understandings of the amendment is, number one, the DOER will be working with the Efficiency Maine Trust to make sure nothing is duplicative here. And my understanding was that there won't be, or it isn't. And also that there's a rather minimum amount of dollars involved. And it simply is to make sure that we make this hub available to communities who want to take on their own programs and seek dollars elsewhere to do whatever it is they want to do. So I think that was the basic of this bill as amended. as far as I am concerned.
Right. The amendment, I believe, is just a fiscal note. So it is the bill and then the amendment would be the fiscal note. I'm gonna look to DOER to just nod with a thumbs up. I don't know if you want to come on camera and go like that. But that you're going to avoid duplication. I believe that was also GoPIF's testimony yesterday. And that is a resource to make sure it is available to communities to do their own programs if they wish. That good, Representative Foster? Did that
Yeah.
thumbs up answer your question? Okay. Any other discussion, committee members, or requests for information from anyone? Representative Kessler.
I just wanted to say that I really feel like this is important work to continue doing. In my professional life, I've had to help homeowners navigate the system, and I have the luxury of having my foot in all aspects of this world. And so the folks that I can help, they at least have that extra knowledge, but there's so many ways that the process can go sideways, or homeowners can't necessarily get the information that they need to make an informed decision, and they don't know the resources that are available to them. And I feel that this is a really important thing to really help improve the cost of living for folks. And so I would really appreciate your support on this. And I hope we can get it through the appropriations process. So.
Thank you. Other comments, questions? Concerns? Ready for the vote, committee? Lynn's already anticipating us. Come on up.
Can I just ask who the second was?
Representative Webb.
Okay, I missed that, sorry. Okay, beginning with Representative Rante.
Yes.
Representative Rante votes yes. Representative McIntyre?
No.
Representative McIntyre votes no. Representative Geiger?
Yes.
Representative Geiger votes yes. Representative Foster?
Yes.
Representative Foster votes yes. Representative Kessler?
Be still my heart, yes.
Representative Kessler votes yes. Representative Sachs?
Yes.
Representative Sachs votes yes. Senator Grohowski, oh, she has stepped up. Senator Harrington?
No.
Senator Harrington votes no. Representative Warren?
Yes.
Representative Warren votes yes. Representative Paul?
No.
Representative Paul votes no. Representative Webb?
Yes.
Representative Webb votes yes, and Representative Wadsworth?
No.
Representative Wadsworth votes no. For 7 in favor, 4 opposed, and 2 absent.
Okay, and the minority report is? Not to pass. Thank you. And of course, those members who are not here will be encouraged to vote forthwith. That closes the work session of 2220. I just texted Senator Lawrence. I know it's in his name. This bill is in his name. I've texted him to tell him we are taking this up right now. But I think we can at least go through the verbal analysis for this next bill. I'll enter it in a moment if this is okay with the committee. And since he was not here for the public hearing either, I just want to make sure that he is aware we are contemplating, but at least we can get the verbal analysis out, and then we might need to just table this until he comes back. So I will open up the work session for LD 897, an act regarding the calculation of electric rate contracting costs.
Thank you. So for this bill, this was a concept draft. The new title would be an act regarding required negative pricing provisions in contracts for energy resulting from competitive solicitations conducted by the PUC. So the language which was distributed prior to the public hearing replaces the bill, and it changes the requirements for contract provisions governing negative pricing in contracts for energy resulting from competitive solicitations conducted by the Public Utilities Commission. So this is what the public hearing was on yesterday. I will note that the sponsor had said on mic the day before that he also supported incorporating some additional changes, specifically including language which appears in LD This was the non-wires alternative assessment language. So you had the report back from the PUC regarding their assessment. And so he had said he wanted to incorporate that language as well. So this relates to planning studies that are completed by investor-owned transmission distribution utilities being filed with the commission as well as the public advocate. And then changing some of the language around recommendations that are provided to the commission, and then also giving the commission rulemaking authority. There was also some comment, I don't think this came up necessarily. It was certainly recommended by individuals testifying at the public hearing to also incorporate the language that is in Section 7 of LD 1966 related to accepting certain types of distributed generation resources, participating in net energy billing from certain requirements established by the PUC by rule. So the bill, could be all three elements, but certainly what was put forward for the public hearing was the negative pricing provisions. And then by email, that draft legislation resulting from the PUC report was submitted. I also want to note that several individuals at the public hearing recommended including an emergency preamble and clause on the bill if the committee wanted to go that route. So I will stop there and see if anyone has any questions.
Questions for Lindsay Committee around possibilities with this bill? Okay. Committee, was there anyone you wished to hear from, either on negative pricing, NWA legislation from the PUC, or Section 7 with solar ownership? All three of those things were questions during the public hearing. Seeing none. Okay. I'm going to make a motion just to have the motion. I would like to move ought to pass as amended with the sponsor's amendment from February 25th, with the draft legislation from as provided in the non-wires alternative report that this committee heard Tuesday, as well as the exact language from Section 7 found in the recently passed LD 1966 out of this committee. So that is my motion. Is there a second to the motion? It's seconded by Representative Webb. I would like to request a brief recess, as I just saw Senator Lawrence. I would like the caucuses to caucus as well, if they could, on those three pieces, as well as maybe just do a little conversation about an emergency preamble. So if we need that we can amend my motion. At the moment, that does not have an emergency preamble. Okay, thank you. We'll be in recess for a few minutes.
Ready?
Okay, coming on back to LD 897. I was informed that I need to make a friendly amendment to my amendment and take off the third part, Lindsay, on section 7 and not include it with this bill. So my friendly amendment would be the amendment offered for February 25th and then the draft legislation from NWA. And my second is amenable to the amendment being friendly amendment. Okay, yes, okay. So back up for discussion. I understand there's no need to put on an emergency preamble. Any other discussion, committee, about LD 897 or statements or questions? Representative Foster.
Yes, just to clarify, what we're looking at is the 897 amendment of February 25th. And then the draft legislation that we were given, was it yesterday?
Tuesday's report of the non-wires alternative, that's absolutely from the PUC.
This entire page.
Yes,
Okay.
those two things.
Thank you.
Yes. Good clarifying questions. Any other discussion, committee? Are we ready for a vote? I just want to double check. Everybody okay to vote, or would you like, yeah, good.
Yeah.
Lynn's already here, so you have to say no to her if you're not, okay.
Starting with Representative Wadsworth.
No.
Representative Wadsworth votes no. Representative Webb.
Yes.
Representative Webb votes yes. Representative Paul.
No.
Representative Paul votes no. Representative Warren.
Yes.
Representative Warren votes yes. Senator Harrington.
No.
Senator Harrington votes no. Senator Lawrence.
Yes.
Senator Lawrence votes yes. Representative Sachs.
Yes.
Representative Sachs votes yes. Representative Kessler.
Yes.
Representative Kessler votes yes. Representative Foster.
No.
Representative Foster votes no. Representative Geiger.
Yes.
Representative Geiger votes yes. Representative McIntyre.
No, thank you.
Representative McIntyre votes no. I'm sorry, I didn't quite hear that.
No, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, and Representative Bronte.
Yes.
Representative Bronte votes yes. 7 in favor, 5 opposed, 1 absent.
Thank you. And the minority report? Representative Paul?
I'm gonna be my own report about not to pass.
Okay. So one is ought not to pass. Is there anyone joining Representative Paul on the ought not to pass? Okay, and so the minority report, another minority report, so it's 7-1, and then for other folks who had voted against the majority report, what would you like your report to be?
It'll be just the negative pricing piece with an emergency.
So Representative Pauls was ought not to pass?
Right, and so how many folks are joining Senator Harrington?
Okay.
I just want to confirm with hands. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes. Okay. Does that make sense for the amendments and reports, I should say?
Yes, in terms of putting an emergency preamble on this, is this something where you could authorize me to work with someone on putting that together? Would that be something, if it's just the negative pricing, can I work with the PUC to draft that emergency? Thank you.
You should always follow up on these. That's why we got to make sure we get it all on mic. Any other questions or discussion regarding the vote before I close the work session on 897? Seeing none, thank you. We close the work session on LD 897. We are going to open up the work session for LD 838, an act to explore public financing and ownership of electric transmission and distribution infrastructure. And I believe there is an amendment for this bill.
Yes,
I'll look
there
at the
is.
sponsor.
And I do apologize. I've just been so busy. I didn't see Lindsay's email to get this posted to interested parties, but it's substantially similar to one I distributed earlier. So I'm going to have it distributed now and some put over there for interested parties. So Lynn, are you able to do this or do you want me to do this? Do you want me to distribute this or are you able? Okay. Thank you.
Oops. Start this way.
That would be great. If you wouldn't mind, does everybody have a copy now? We ready for, Lindsay to start with the overview? Go ahead, Lindsay.
Okay, so as Senator Lawrence said, this is very similar to the sponsor's amendment. It was distributed back on February 5th. But this would turn the bill into a resolve to establish a commission to study options for public financing of transmission and distribution infrastructure and energy storage projects. It would add an emergency preamble and create this commission. This is a legislative study. So that's what this is creating. The last amendment, the one that I referenced from February, was a department study. So this creates the commission, which has 13 members. In section 2, you can see who the members of the commission are. Turning the page, we get down to section 5. So sort of the meat of it comes in with respect to the duties. So the commission is tasked with receiving the Department of Energy Resources report on public financing that was conducted by Banyan, and that would be used as the basis of the work of the commission. The commission must identify and evaluate governmental and quasi-governmental entities established in the state and other states that oversee the financing for the build-out of transmission and distribution infrastructure and/or energy storage projects, and issue revenue bonds and provide public financing for transmission and distribution infrastructure and energy storage projects. Commission must evaluate the types of projects for which the governmental or quasi-governmental entity would provide financing to most effectively reduce costs for ratepayers, including but not limited to financing of transmission and distribution infrastructure and energy storage projects. They must determine appropriate labor requirements for projects that would receive financing from the entity that would ensure high-quality jobs, apprenticeship opportunities for workers in the state, and project worker safety. Commission must identify powers that would be necessary for a governmental or quasi-governmental entity to most efficiently facilitate public financing of transmission and distribution infrastructure and energy storage projects while ensuring protections for landowners who may be impacted by financed projects, including but not limited to the power of eminent domain. And lastly, consider what entities, if any, in the state could support the mission of publicly financing projects, and if there are none that would be required to establish, and if there are none, what would be required to establish such an entity in the state? The study would be staffed by legislative counsel, and the report would be required to be submitted no late than November 6, 2026 to the Energy Utilities and Technology Committee. And the committee would be able to report out legislation to the first regular session of the 133rd legislature.
The only change I'd make to that is when we drafted this, it has an emergency preamble. I would take off the emergency preamble, and if it's agreeable, change the report back date to January 6th, 2027. Is that possible, or can't do that?
No, because it's a legislative study and it would be staffed by nonpartisan staff. They cannot
Okay.
work when the legislature's in sessions. The latest date that, if you wanted to bump it out a little bit, December 2nd is the latest date that you
Let's
can have.
change it to December 2nd, just because the emergency preamble means it's going to go into
Yes.
effect. Removing that they will go into effect a little bit later.
Okay.
You can just put in there, instead of December 2nd, Mark Lawrence's last retirement day. That's fine.
Right. I think that's where November 6th
And
came
Steve
from, didn't it?
Foster, too.
Yeah,
You can
that's where
put that
November
in, too.
6th came from, I'm pretty sure. Yes. Representative Kessler.
Kessler.
Don't forget about me. So I don't see generation in here, and I really would like that to be included as well.
Representative, do you know which section or where that would be? Where are you suggesting that we put generation?
Section 1. Wait, so this is, this only has public financing and transmission and distribution infrastructure and energy storage. But I would like it to include generation as well.
So I will turn my amendment into a motion, taking out the emergency, making the date change, and including Representative Kessler's friendly amendment.
So you're saying that in the title as well as in page five, number 5 on page 2 and 3, that's the only other place that I see. Actually, all of that is, so anywhere it says transmission and distribution infrastructure and or energy projects, you're going to add generation. Is that my understanding?
Correct.
So it's more than just the title? Is that clear for Lindsay for drafting purposes? It's all about the drafting purposes and the intent. That is your intent, sir. Okay. Other discussion, Representative.
So I
Oh.
did make that motion and. it
Oh, I'm
needs a
sorry. Is there a
second.
second? Representative Warren, thank you.
My apologies. There is a motion on the floor for this one, but it ought to pass as amended by Senator Lawrence and seconded by Representative Fronte.
If Representative Runte will agree, I'll amend my motion to be as we stated in the last motion.
I agree.
Okay, I think we're good. We have a motion on the floor and Representative Paul wanted to have, yes, now we're up to comments and discussions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was in the discussions with Tanya Blanchard from Preserve Rural Maine, and she was wondering potentially under, what number is it? D, one member representing private landowners, if the word small private landowners, if there was any willingness to be amended to that, because I know there's a little bit of an issue with the definition of landowner last time with Irving and everything, so I just didn't know if there was any discussion or wiggle room there.
Senator Lawrence.
So does that mean we win your vote for this? So I will offer that as a friendly amendment that it be small landowners if
And-
Representative Runte agrees.
Okay. Okay. Good question. Representative Foster.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Again, for clarification, am I to understand that I would have to come back here for December 2nd if this passes?
Specifically, yes, it's for you and I to return here on December 2nd and have one final day together in EUT. Just you and I. I'm kidding. You don't have to come back.
Yes. Yeah. Steve Foster and Mark Lawrence shall be the members appointed by the House and the Senate. Let's see, any other discussion? Would you like to caucus? Any other questions for anyone? Looking at Representative McIntyre, I now have known him now for almost 2 years, is begging you no. Is that true? So, seeing none, I will call the question, then invite Lynn up for a vote.
Okay, back to Representative Runte.
Yes.
Representative Runte votes yes. Representative McIntyre?
No.
Representative McIntyre votes no. Representative Geiger?
Yes.
Representative Geiger votes yes. Representative Foster?
No.
Representative Foster votes no. Representative Kessler?
Yes.
Representative Kessler votes yes. Representative Sachs?
Yes.
Representative Sachs votes yes. Senator Lawrence?
Yes.
Senator Lawrence votes yes. Senator Harrington?
No.
Senator Harrington votes no. Representative Warren?
Yes.
Representative Warren votes yes. Representative Paul?
No.
Representative Paul votes no. Representative Webb?
Yes.
Representative Webb votes yes. And Representative Wadsworth?
No.
Representative Wadsworth votes no. 7 in favor, 5 opposed, 1 absent.
Great. And so for those voting in the minority, what is your report, please? Ought not to pass. And is everyone on the ought not to pass? Yes, they are. Thank you, Lynn. All right, we just need to take a quick break as we have texted Senator Grahowski, who asked to be present for the next bill. So we just texted her. So we'll just have a brief recess. Thanks.
Can I just ask a quick question while the committee members are here? For those on the ought to pass as amended report, are you comfortable with me working with parties as necessary if I have any questions? Thank you.
So we're gonna try to keep the voting momentum going while we're waiting for Senator Grohowski. So I will take up LD 2112, and there is a motion on the floor of ought not to pass, moved by Representative Wadsworth, seconded by Representative Paul. Is there debate or discussion? Representative Sachs?
I just want to point out for those who weren't here, I believe an amendment came out yesterday. Is that correct, Representative Rente? Dated yesterday. I'm now flipping through, just so we're all on the same, literally on the same page of March 4th, 2026 is the version. So I'm just looking to Representative Rente. Has there been any changes to the March 4th?
Representative Rente?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We had discussed a single line item to alter the language in 7C6 that replaced language that said payment histories for customers, and instead of that, it now speaks to aggregated data, aggregated payment data by municipality. But otherwise, no changes. Yes.
And Representative Rente, is this what you're planning for a report for the other side? Because we have a motion ought not to pass. So I assume you're voting against the ought not to pass and offering this as your report.
I am.
Okay, good. Any debate, discussion, questions? Do we need to caucus?
Can I just ask, so just because we had so many members missing yesterday and I wasn't sure that people had had a chance to actually watch that yesterday and hear some of the things. I just wanted a question for Representative Rente. So the point of this bill is, because we've had many iterations, is this is currently community choice aggregation is something that the state of Maine already has, correct? Or allows, and that it is and that is a more of an opt-in provision currently, and this changes it substantially to allow hopefully more municipalities to take advantage of it if they wish. So it's not a directive, but it's a, if you wish, here is a different way for this program to operate in Maine. Am I summarizing that correctly?
Representative Rente, do you want to answer that extremely leading question?
Of course. A provision that was, I assume, part of the whole deregulation or disaggregation process in the state in 1999, there's a single line that says municipalities can aggregate power purchasing on behalf of their residents on an opt-in basis. That's all it says. There's no procedure. There's no process defined. And in the 27 years since that became law, nothing has happened. So yes, what this bill does is, first of all, it changes it from an opt-in to an opt-out program. And the principal reason for that is that when a purchasing entity goes out into the market, it needs to have some level of certainty as to what the demand is that it's buying on behalf of. And if it's entirely opt-in, there's just too much uncertainty in there. And in order to cover that uncertainty, you'd have to add in pricing that would reflect that kind of risk. So this is an opt-out program, and it's opt-in terms of municipalities. It's an entirely optional process that they can use to, first of all, determine whether they want to do this. They'll have to spend some time getting educated on what it all means, and I'm sure there are those who will be educating them. Ultimately, they need to put together a plan that would then go to the town for a town ballot. So however the town chooses to do it, most likely they'll put together a committee of some kind. They'll bring it forward, it'll go on the ballot, and once approved, it goes to the PUC for approval. And a major part of the bill was, but really there was a couple of main elements to the bill. Number one, that these community choice aggregation programs would mirror as much as possible what now currently exists for the competitive energy provider programs. The billing is the same, the procedures are the same, and in fact, the ultimate, whoever it is that's acting on behalf of the town executes a community or a competitive energy provider agreement with the utility. There's a lot of discussion here about what data gets transferred from the utility to the provider. And then there's a section that relies on the PUC to make a number of different determinations such that, for example, the timing at which a particular program might go out into the market and acquire and buy electricity, that it's properly coordinated with the PUC's standard offer procurement process, so that there's no real interference there. There's some elements as to how certain data gets shared that's left to the PUC. And then overlaid, well, not overlaid, but there are a number of provisions that preserve the customer protections that exist already in the competitive energy provider section, but then some additional provisions that deal with those customers who are on assistance. And most specifically, there is a requirement that if for some reason the community choice aggregation program in a particular town opts for a supply contract that's more expensive than the standard offer, those customers on assistance will be unenrolled and put into the standard offer program, so that and it's consistent with the other bill that we passed, the number escapes me at the moment, that sought to do that anyway for the competitive energy providers. I think that's it.
Any other excuse me, any other questions? Excuse me, Representative Warren.
Thank you so much. And I wanted to just confirm a couple things with the sponsor, if possible. One, I think you mentioned around a local ballot that would be on a referendum. My understanding was, based on the language I see here, under Section 2, Part A, that it's approved by a majority vote of each municipality's legislative body or governing board. So I think you had mentioned a ballot or an entity that was put together for this purpose. Maybe I misunderstood. Maybe you're talking about once it's created, other governing procedures, but I just wanted to confirm your understanding that I'm reading this section right, that this is about when it would actually go into effect.
For the program to go to the ballot, the program needs to define what its particular program is, who the consultant might be, who's going to be acting on their behalf, how they plan to go out and inform the residents of what's going on and how it all plays together. So it will, for all practical purposes, the town will have to have what would end up being their application to the Public Utility Commission all in order before it puts a ballot out for the town to get involved. So, and I would note that none of this is going to happen overnight. I mean, you all have worked with towns. It'll take a while for this process to work itself through. It'll take a while for a ballot to come up and then for the PUC to act on it.
Representative Warren?
Thank you so much. So could I have you just walk me through those couple of like timing pieces? So it looks like I was looking at section 2, part A about that initial approval for the majority vote. It looks like for the plan itself, if it's adopted, can you show me maybe the procedure? Is it before that or after that?
Representative Runte? Sure, Representative Sachs?
So I agree with you, Representative Warren, that it looks like under 2A that the plan maybe if approved by majority vote of each municipality's legislative body. What I don't see here is what was implied in your comments, Representative Runte, of a local referendum. Is that what? So it feels like that is the place that you are asking Representative Warren is. And I do not see that here either, that a local referendum to approve the plan. It just says that the municipality's legislative or governing board would have to do so. And maybe that was your intent, just to have the town council or select people or whatever, but that is different than a referendum. Is that correct, Representative Warren?
Yeah, and it had been communicated to me that that would be a local referendum at that point. The stages as I'm hearing on mic, but I wasn't able to follow along with seeing that in the text. So just wanted to clarify from maybe I'm missing something here.
Representative Runte, do you have an answer for Representative Warren?
Well, the intent had been that it would be a townwide ballot. And I agree the language does not say that.
Representative Warren?
Yes, thank you so much. So that would be important for me, and I appreciated that thought. I wanted to ask a separate question about the section 10, part J, about provisions to minimize impacts to default service. Maybe this wouldn't make a huge difference, but it would give me less heartburn if it could say, and I'm wondering what you think of, provisions to minimize to the greatest extent practicable or something like that, impacts to default service. So just saying provisions to minimize as much as reasonable.
Yeah, I'd be
impacts on
fine with
service.
that.
Any other questions? Representative Wadsworth?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. With the new version, I've been going back and forth, like could support it, I couldn't support it. I guess I'm just scared of the unknown right now. So to Representative Runte, what type of consumer protections are there if a municipality, made a deal with a CEP and then the standard offer comes in a year later lower and they're locked into a higher contract? Is that a scenario that a municipality could face?
I suppose it is a possibility. They could do it intentionally. But the same protections that are there now for the competitive energy providers apply here as well. So, if a individual in the program chose to, it could opt out. They could opt out.
Other questions? Okay, there's a motion on the floor for this for ought not to pass. by Representative Wadsworth, seconded by Representative Paul. Is everyone clear on what Representative Runte would be offering for his amendment? Okay. Yes, Representative Sacks.
I just wanted to clarify that along with the March 4th plus the tweak to number 6 on page 5 under C, that also you would be amenable and we can work out the language to making sure there's a local referendum. And then the tweaks to section 10 that Representative Warren did. Okay. So that would be my understanding of what report we perhaps would like to do. And if we could just caucus briefly, that would be great to make sure, so we can catch up Senator Grahowski.
Okay, we're gonna take a brief caucus. 5 minutes only.
Thank you.
That is later.
I can fill you in.
Okay, I'm calling the EUT committee back to order. We are on LD 2112, an act to authorize municipalities to form community choice aggregation programs to procure electricity. There is a motion on the floor of ought not to pass made by Representative Wadsworth, seconded by Representative Paul. Is the committee ready for the vote? Okay, Lynn?
I forgot which side I started with last time, but Representative Fronte,
Yes,
Representative Fronte. Okay.
check that. No.
Okay, Representative McIntyre.
Yes.
Representative McIntyre votes yes. Representative Geiger.
No.
Representative Geiger votes no. Representative Foster.
Yes.
Representative Foster votes yes. Representative Kessler.
Nay.
Representative Kessler votes no. Representative Sacks.
No.
Representative Sacks votes no. Senator Lawrence.
No.
Senator Lawrence votes no. Senator Grohowski.
No.
Senator Grohowski votes no. Senator Harrington.
Yes.
Senator Harrington votes yes. Representative Warren. No. Representative Warren votes no. Representative Paul.
Yes.
Representative Paul votes yes. Representative Webb.
No.
Representative Webb votes no. Representative Wadsworth.
Yes.
Representative Wadsworth votes yes. So we have 5 in favor, 8 opposed.
Okay, so for the 8 voting no, Representative Runte, is your amendment going to be the minority report?
Yes.
Okay, good. You get to say yes now. So is everybody who voted no on the ought not to pass supporting Representative Runte's amendment?
Yes,
there
with
anybody-
with the changes as I
With the
described
two
on Mike,
changes? Yes.
or more than that.
Yeah, yep. So is there anybody who voted no who's not supporting that?
Lindsay, would it be helpful to go through those one more time for you, or do you understand what our?
Why don't I
report
walk
is?
through my understanding of them and you can tell me if I'm correct? So we are starting with the March 4th amendment. We are making the changes discussed to subsection 7, paragraph C6, where we talk about 12 months payment history. This is aggregated for the municipality or groups of municipalities. We also have the language change to subsection 10J, provisions to minimize impacts on default service. This would be a change here to the greatest extent practicable, something like that. And then there were concerns about the voting piece of this. So if we look at subsection 2, paragraph A, so this requires a majority vote of the municipality's legislative body or governing board. And the committee wanted to add a referendum requirement. I did want to confirm, did you want to replace what's in paragraph A or have the referendum after the municipality? So it'd be the governing body vote, then it goes out to the voters before it goes to the PUC. Is that correct? Excellent. And in the drafting process, just for this report, if I have any questions, is it okay for me to reach out to individuals as necessary? Thank you.
Okay, so the vote is 8 ought to pass as amended and 5 ought not to pass. Now we're going on directly to LD 307, an act regarding energy, utilities, and technology. There is a motion on the floor of ought not to pass by Senator Harrington and seconded by Representative Paul. Debate, discussion? Illumination about possible reports? Representative Sacks.
Hi, I also just wanted to remind the committee that, just as we did with the other bills today, that amendment was passed out yesterday. It's dated March 4th, and the only change to it had been to remove the sort of placeholder exception language. We also had some clarification from Kate Gore of Charter that the concern she'd raised was more future proofing. Nothing like that is in Maine. And thanks to MCA, Maine Connectivity Authority, for checking in with the other ISP providers. So I just want to make sure people had seen that. It all came in your emails this morning, but just want to make sure people had that. Thanks.
Yes, Senator Harrington.
I will be withdrawing that motion as I will probably have an amended version.
Okay.
So I'm withdrawing that motion.
So, and is that fine with Representative Paul? Okay, so that motion is withdrawn. So do we have a new motion, Representative Sacks?
I think Representative Webb did.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I know.
Representative Webb.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We talked a little bit about yesterday about potentially moving that date, and I was looking to 90 days after adjournment in the first session. So it'd be around October 2027. And I would also like EUT to be able to reference out in a bill on the commission's findings.
Okay, so you're making a motion for adopting Representative Sachs' version of what she wants with the change of the date to 90 days after the end of the first legislative session and allowing EUT to report out a bill. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Is there a second to that motion? Representative Warren? Second? Okay, seconded by Representative Warren. Debate, discussion? Anybody else want to describe what their possible reports could be? Representative Foster.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. I may be stepping out of line here for the discussion piece. Is it okay for that now?
For discussion, yes.
Okay.
Yep.
So I think I'm very concerned about this bill and what it says to not only the folks that we heard from who are considering this type of installation in the state of Maine, but also for anyone that's interested in investing in industry and or large facilities in Maine in general. We heard from local water utilities. We heard from others that consider that our utilities have to meet certain regulations. We know that the PUC has certain restrictions and requirements. I think that currently there's plenty of regulation in place that would protect not only Maine ratepayers, but Maine environmentally and so on and so forth. I'm very concerned that when we hear about the type of jobs, very well-paying jobs, technically high-level jobs that may be available if something like this were to come to be. I'm concerned that we may be in a situation where it's kind of strike while the iron's hot, and by the time that this bill clears the way, we may find that there aren't any longer any interested parties. And you know, I brought up the information the other day about this new large battery storage facility in Gorham and the lack of this kind of attention to something that big. And I will say it's because it's ideologically preferred because, and it was mentioned that it's going to save ratepayers money. I beg to differ because the ratepayers are the ones who are going to be paying those who own that facility the very large amount of profit that they are going to get from running that facility. I think that the benefits going forward, and even if we consider that for ratepayers, it's an even Steven deal, so to speak, relatively few jobs. The report, and again, this is in the press release reporting, 22 construction jobs for that facility and two permanent jobs going forward, 175 megawatt battery storage facility. We've heard from people here that say they are going to have quite a few jobs that would be ongoing in these facilities if they install them. So I only bring this up because, again, out of concern that we're losing an opportunity for places like J-Maine and some others who have lost large employment industries where that they had a lot of not only jobs for people, well-paying jobs, but they also supported the local utilities such as the water districts and so on and so forth. That may go away in the interim of satisfying this bill. So I will be opposed to the bill. Thank you.
Any other debate or discussion? Senator Harrington?
I'll just reiterate some of that. I think this is a solution in search of a problem. I think in our committee, we're supposed to be looking at the effect to ratepayers, and to not provide some sort of exemptions, as we discussed just a week ago. It's hard not to think that this has just now become a personal vendetta because of one comment I made a week ago or 2 weeks ago. And that's the way I feel. Certainly I've heard rumors around this building. that you've taken that extremely personally, and that's why these exemptions have now disappeared.
So let's not direct your comments to the chair.
But anyway, I think this is a solution in search of a problem. I think this bill title should be renamed "An Act to Destroy Economic Opportunity in this State," because that's exactly what you're doing. This moratorium will do nothing to stop data center production in this country. The president said yesterday that they are going full steam ahead on data centers in this country. Every data center that needs to be built will be built in this country. And most of these projects that could come to Maine and be fueled with much cleaner sources of energy are going to be replaced by those in red states, and they'll be fired with beautiful clean coal, as the president said yesterday, and we will be the tailpipe for that. And we could have an opportunity to take that economic development in the state using clean energy, and we are going to completely miss that opportunity. And in replace, you'll have data centers in other parts of the country that will receive the economic benefit. They will not be fueled by clean energy, and you will have done nothing to stop data center production in this country. Everyone will be built that needs to be built.
Other debate or discussion? Representative Sachs?
Not surprisingly. I want to be clear that when I watched the Sanford Town Council, City Council meeting the other night, that Steve Buck, and I will reiterate my comments that I made on mic yesterday, that the Sanford Town Council, City Council, the mayor said, our project is a long way away. State's going to take care of that. Don't talk about the data center because it's a long way away. So I'm happy to hear that. I was so happy to hear from them and to hear from Mr. Gibbs that this would not, that proposed moratorium language wouldn't impact them. As far as personal comments, Senator, I believe I said on mic, calling my legislation boneheaded is not in the interest of civil debate in this body, of which I have tried very hard to maintain, and would have welcomed a conversation personally with you at any time. I maintain that this bill is for, unfortunately, data centers, and we've had ample evidence of this provided through testimony, letters, other articles I've shared with the committee as well, that this sort of legislation continues to be seen across the country in red states, blue states, and purple states alike. That this is, as the public advocate said, an area that we have the opportunity to get the regulatory environment correct. We have that chance rather than having, as it is in Michigan, 19 different communities popping up saying, we don't want data centers. I don't want that here. I want places that truly do wish and have had a full public comment period around them, I hope, for municipality's sake, to talk about what is right-sized for Maine, what works. Do we want things added to our slota permits for DEP? Do we want a cost causer or a PUC review for interconnections that they don't currently have? Do we want to not allow our financial incentives to be used for these entities, or do we? Do we want to say completely islanded? And is there a phase-in period for that, as the Sanford project hopes to have, as the J project hopes to have? All of these things we want to get right for regulatory certainty for businesses. That has always been my goal. And I also hope that we can have a full and robust conversation about these things rather than hearing about them through a slip of the tongue. So I am hopeful that people will consider this as a thoughtful, proactive, hopefully business friendly, but also community friendly initiative. That is what I've always hoped for this bill and continue to. Thank you for your consideration.
Any other debate or discussion? Representative Warren?
Thank you so much, Chair. And I just wanted to speak to the bill as we have before us in its current iteration. I know we've had a previous work session where I've talked about the concerns I hear from people in my community about the various impacts that can come or have been seen in different iterations with data centers in other parts of the country, and a broad interest to generally be quite skeptical of them or impose robust, sort of clear regulatory standards around things like requiring that they meet the RPS, for example, which is not before us at the moment. But to speak to the bill that we have and the timeline that we're talking about, I respect that there are broadly views that are not looking for anything here. And there's also folks and those that I represent who were looking for that longer timeline. We're looking to that the language that was in that that March 4th deadline. And I understand and respect and have heard from members of communities like Senator Harrington's who are interested in proposals like these, and also from those in different construction trades about the federal landscape and the state of the industry presently, and that opportunities like this can be important. And so I greatly respect my my colleague Representative Webb and his strong commitments around these issues, and appreciate that we could all come to a place of being supportive of that. I believe it's the October 2027 deadline. But that there's a broad diversity of opinions here on this issue. And I personally think it speaks to the value of this proposal that originally at the public hearing, I was frankly supportive of going much further and not being supportive of this, in part because I spoke to people in communities that had done a lot of organizing to push back on these proposals. And that's something we've seen in news reporting, and a feeling of responsibility at the state level to say the amount of organizing that goes into making sure community has projects that are consistent with their values, or their needs, or their resources, that we can shoulder some of that burden. But the place I'm at now, after a lot of conversation from those that are supportive of this proposal that we'll be voting on, I can feel comfortable with this and appreciate that we do want to find a way forward that addresses the needs that are concerning to those that I serve, and those in communities that are interested in this as well, and see this as an important tool for economic development. So I'm very supportive of the bill as it's drafted now. I thank the sponsor for her really thoughtful work and hearing me out. And I hope that this is a reflection of hearing out just a broad diversity of opinions across our state that have been part of a really robust and nuanced conversation. Thank you.
Any other debate or discussion? Representative Geiger, Representative Runte, and Representative McIntyre.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, I want to say that Chair Sachs and I came in together into the legislature. And my first term, I was on IDEA, where she brought forward a very big bill, 2 years in the making, called the Green Land Bank Bill. I found her then, and I continue to have found her over the 6 years that I have been here, to be someone who is collaborative, with great integrity, with an incredible mind for detail, who always crosses her I's, dots her T's. The fact that she zoomed in on the Sanford City Council meeting doesn't surprise me at all. And so I'm disappointed that someone would assume that a bill is brought forward just to make them mad. The reality is, for most of us, AI appears to be something that is tremendously questionable for the American public. Most people don't want it. The sites for data are huge. They use tremendous amounts of electricity. There's deep concern about what kind of power will be needed to grow them. They use tremendous amounts of water. They equal very few jobs once construction is over. And apparently, the 9 billionaires who are pushing this assure us that they will lead to roughly half of the jobs in the United States lost. So at the very least, I am thrilled to see us in Maine take a pause, make sure that we are ready for what's coming, make sure that the guardrails are in place, that there is an ethical framework in place, that makes sure that at the end of the day, it is Maine people who benefit from this and not 9 billionaires. Thank you.
Representative Runte and then Representative Mackin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. When this bill originally emerged and we were looking at the council, there were some initial thoughts to perhaps pursuing specific elements of regulation. And in fact, I think if you look at what's happening across the country, what you find is, for lack of a better term, whack-a-mole regulation. States going out and trying to deal with, well, what happens if the demand that's the infrastructure is installed for doesn't quite materialize, or what happens if new technology comes along in 5 years and that amount of power isn't there. How do you contend with speculative data centers? I mean, there's a plethora of reports in the last month or two that talk about the way overstated demand for data centers. That's not to say that there hasn't been a huge growth in them, because obviously there has. But what's happening is states are playing catch up to try to figure out how best to cope with this. And in some cases, they're caught blind in terms of what the consequences end up being. There's a proceeding in FERC right now about large loads and how to deal with that. There's principally in Virginia, and you heard yesterday from the public advocate, some of the situations that have occurred there. So the idea of getting a lay of the land and thinking through properly how the framework gets put together, customized to Maine's conditions, is really important. Now, I have to also say that as this bill moved forward, I was probably the only one that was trying to come up with different ways by which we could have an adequate exemption for projects that might have already gotten underway. And we heard yesterday that there's no PUC regulatory approval process in place for any new centers. And it wasn't really until yesterday that with the shorter time frame for the council to produce results, that I was ready to sign up for it. And I have to say, the more you dig into what kind of things would you do to be comfortable with the exemption, you start to get into all the level of work that is required, that the council will have to look at it anyway. So so ultimately, I think doing this as expeditiously as possible, but as carefully as possible, and having the temporary suspension in a more reasonable time frame is the right way to go.
Representative McIntyre.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Believe it or not, I just have a clarifying question. I wasn't here yesterday, bouncing back and forth, but there's a piece of paper in this folder that I'm just seeing for the first time. It's a 2.5-page Q&A from Randy Gibbs and Walt Muscles, the project owners of the Sanford Woods project. And my eyes are drawn to the second item on this list. The question is, does the language proposed on 219, a previous regarding property rights already apply to your project? Answer. The language may impact the choice of preferred development entity as it may restrict any transfer of the property rights after July 1st, 2026. If there are no exemptions, the project dies. And if I am to understand correctly, the current amendment that we're looking at dated March 4th, both of these documents being dated March 4th, there are no exemptions in this amendment. Therefore, if I'm reading this, am I to assume that the project that was described to us at great length dies?
So, I mean,
If
I
anybody-
can't answer for
if
that
anybody could
person,
answer
but
that.
it seems under that person's opinion, yes, they would say, but,
I seek an answer to that question.
okay, is there somebody you want that directed at?
Anybody on the panel or anybody in the audience?
Senator Harrington.
And just to double back on Representative Sachs' comments regarding the mayor. Yes, the project was a long way off, but the project was a long way off if they could start planning it and start applying for permits. This bill will kill that project. It will kill roughly $2 billion of investment in Maine. That's irrefutable. That's come from the project themselves. So this bill will kill a massive investment in Maine, a historic, largest ever probably investment in Sanford. And that's the ramifications. A lot of the issues that keep coming up here could easily be carved out in exemptions that I'm hearing that would not affect this project. I just don't think there's any willingness on the committee to carve out or make exemptions for a project that would not be interfering with most of the things you're concerned about. But that's the reality.
Other debate or discussion? So, I'm sorry,
Sorry.
Representative Foster?
Yeah, you can go on with the discussion. We'd like a brief caucus, please.
And I'd ask, if you caucus, are you going to present an amendment when you come back? Or we do have to do it right after we vote. If you're not voting on it not to pass, you'll have to explain what you're voting for. Okay, good. Okay, yeah, it doesn't have to be detailed. It's just enough so Lindsay can understand what you're proposing. Okay, thank you. Well, caucus.
I actually.
Okay, I'm going to call the committee back to order. We are on LD 307, an act regarding energy utilities and technology. There's been a motion ought to pass as amended by Representative Webb, seconded by Representative Warren. That's been described, and I understand Representative Foster, you're going to have an alternative amendment to propose. That's what Senator Harrington told me.
I believe that it will be our minority report, but I'm not sure how this will all go. So
Well, we don't know. So why don't you propose your alternative amendment and we'll see how the votes go.
I think I'd prefer to vote first because maybe we'll all vote it down and then I won't have to.
Is that what you want to do?
Maybe we would like what you were selling, but we don't know what it is.
I think that's the standard process, right?
Okay, so you're going to present it after the amendment, after the vote.
I may, depending on the vote.
Okay. Okay. Representative Kessler?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I I really wanted to give it a fair shake, and I think that we would not have taken this much time to really dig into the consequences of our actions if we did not care about the outcome and what it means for your community. And the more we learned, the more concerned I became, because I was not reassured of the sort of loose plans of the project that was described to us. And I am not assured that given the operational fuel for this potential place, likely needing to use natural gas for an undetermined amount of time, mixed with a now newly launched war that is going to severely increase the price of gas in the region, in combination with all of the other lack of guardrails right now. It's extremely important that we get this right. We've seen what can go wrong, and yeah, we are going to be further inhaling the pollution from the Mid-Atlantic because of these data centers. And if maybe they had a little bit more foresight, that would not be happening right now. So it's really important that we see the mistakes that have been made already and try to address those in our own state. So I absolutely feel comfortable with this. Also, as was said, these data centers are going to still come. The world is going to keep turning, and there is going to be increasing use of technology. I do not see this slowing down ever. And taking this pause now to make sure that we get the regulatory environment right here, I think is going to be crucial for the future inhabitants of this state. So I'm absolutely in favor of this temporary pause so we can get it right.
So I just want to remind committee members, please don't refer to individuals on the committee directly, like you or your community. Refer to it as Senator Harrington's community. We want to keep the debate as civil as possible. So direct your comments through the chair. Senator Grahowski.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think a lot of really thoughtful comments have been made by people with differing perspectives on this legislation, and I want to acknowledge that. And I'm not going to repeat anything, though I do agree with a lot of what's been said. Why I'm supportive of the motion is that I firmly believe if we don't take the time to set up
a regulatory environment that's going to work for Mainers, every data center that is proposed will be shot down by the local community through local people being concerned about all the things that we've talked about. And I would rather slow things down, do our very best job to get this right, so that anyone wishing to come to the state with an investment doesn't get even farther along the process, only to find out that boom, there's a local ordinance and you're done. We've seen it happen for so many different types of developments because the state has not done a good job, I think, creating an environment that the public feels comfortable with. And if we don't have answers to all these questions about environmental impacts, ratepayer impacts, you name it, I firmly believe, because of all the feedback I've gotten, even before this bill, last fall, last summer, when these first started cropping up, people across the political spectrum saying, whoa, we don't want this. We're not ready for it. Maine's not ready for it. And so I think if we don't pause now, what's going to happen is they're going to get proposed, people are going to make investments, and then they're going to get the rug pulled out from under them down the road. So that's why I support this. I do think there's a way to do data centers responsibly. I'm not anti-data centers. I use the internet. I use cloud computing. I understand the impact of those actions. But I think there won't be any data centers proposed that actually come to fruition if we let this linger in the sort of haphazard regulatory environment that it's in right now. And that's why I support the bill.
Other debate or discussion? Okay, Lynn, why don't you come on up?
So it's all to pass as amended.
On Representative Webb's motion, seconded by Representative Warren.
Very good. We'll start this time with Representative Wadsworth.
No.
Representative Wadsworth votes no. Representative Webb.
Yes.
Representative Webb votes yes. Representative Paul.
No.
Representative Paul votes no. Representative Warren.
Yes.
Representative Warren votes yes. Senator Harrington.
No.
Senator Harrington votes no. Senator Grahasky.
Yes.
Senator Grahasky votes yes. Senator Lawrence.
Yes.
Senator Lawrence votes yes. Representative Sachs.
Yes.
Representative Sachs votes yes. Representative Kessler.
Yes.
Representative Kessler votes yes. Representative Foster.
No.
Representative Foster votes no. Representative Geiger.
Yes.
Representative Geiger votes yes. Representative McIntyre.
No.
Representative McIntyre votes no. And Representative Fronte. Representative
Yes.
Fronte votes yes.
Eight members having voted in the affirmative, and 5 in the negative. The motion prevails. Representative Foster, did you want to present your report?
I have a ought to pass as amended. I have an amendment that I'll offer up. I'll work with Lindsay to get this crafted into appropriate language statute. I think it's fairly well along. It does have a pause until September 1st of 2027. And it has some conditions here that would have to be met before the Public Utilities Commission to allow anything not to exceed 100 megawatt project to get permits and things through. And has a limitation on increased electric supply. I won't go into all the details of it. We can look at it completely when Lindsay and I guess, have got the language down pat at language review. That works. So that would be at least my ought to pass as amended minority report.
Senator Grahowski,
Thank you.
questions?
Yeah, I have a question. I didn't personally find that. I don't know if that was all encompassing. Is there a council looking at this stuff? I mean, I'm just a little upset that you've got something over there drafted that a lot of us didn't have a chance to look at or discuss. And I don't know what's fully in it. And I don't know if what you've described meets the joint rule around fully explaining your motion or your alternate report for the public to understand. Because I don't know if I fully understand it.
Well, if you'd like to take the time, I can read this. Okay. Under section 6, interim suspension of approval of large new data centers, Public Utilities Commission review. Number 1, interim suspension established notwithstanding any provisional law to the contrary from the effective date of this resolve until September 1st, 2027. State agency or municipality may not issue, approve, or make finally effective a final permit, certificate, license, lease authorization, or other discretionary approval for the construction or operation of a data center with a projected maximum electric demand of 20 megawatts or greater. Number 2, processing of applications permitted. Nothing in subsection 1 prohibits a state agency or municipality from accepting, reviewing, or processing applications for a data center described in subsection 1 during the interim suspension. No final approval may be issued during the interim suspension except as provided in subsection 3. 3. Projects eligible to seek exemption from the interim suspension. The data center project may petition the Public Utilities Commission for approval to proceed during the interim suspension if the data center project demonstrates that prior to the effective date of this resolve, it had a demonstrated site control through ownership, executed purchase agreement or option or binding long-term lease or option. B, executed a binding interconnection agreement or obtained written confirmation from the applicable transmission and distribution utility specifying available electric capacity at the site not to exceed 100 megawatts during the duration of this interim suspension without requiring transmission and distribution upgrades funded through transmission and distribution rates. C, demonstrated capability to execute on a timely basis a binding construction contract or redevelopment agreement, and D, demonstrated a capability to timely execute a substantial financial commitment through secured financing, equity contribution, or other legally binding financial obligation. A project meeting the criteria in this subsection may not proceed unless approved by the Public Utilities Commission pursuant to subsection 4. 4. Public Utilities Commission approval required. The Public Utilities Commission shall review and determine in an adjudicatory proceeding in its discretion whether a project described in subsection 3 may proceed during the interim suspension. The Commission may approve such a project only if it finds that A, the project will not impose material transmission and distribution costs on ratepayers. B, the project will not require transmission or distribution system upgrades funded through transmission and distribution rates. C, appropriate cost allocation mechanisms ensure that the project bears the full cost of any infrastructure upgrades required to serve the load. D, the projected electric demand of the project will not exceed the level documented in the interconnection agreement or utility confirmation described in subsection 3. E, the project's projected water withdrawals, consumption, and discharge will not materially adversely affect local water resources, municipal water systems, or wastewater treatment capacity. F, the project's projected natural gas consumption, if any, including fuel used for on-site generation or backup generation, will not materially increase rates or infrastructure requirements borne by other natural gas customers. And G, the Commission allocates to ratepayers with all deliberate speed any transmission and distribution rate reduction resulting solely from the projected and actual operation of the data center. In making these determinations, the Commission may consult with the Department of Environmental Protection, the Department of Energy Resources, and any relevant municipal water or wastewater authorities. The Commission may impose conditions necessary to protect ratepayers, water resources, natural gas customers, and system reliability. Notwithstanding any Commission approval pursuant to this subsection, no data center project subject to applicable ISO New England interconnection and reliability review may commence operation prior to receiving necessary approvals and confirmation that there are no adverse impacts on regional grid reliability or resource adequacy. 5. Limitation on increased electrical supply. A project approved pursuant to subsection 4 may not increase its maximum electric demand beyond the level documented prior to the effective date of this resolve unless the Public Utilities Commission approves the increase following notice and opportunity for hearing and finds that the criteria described in subsection 4 remain satisfied. 6. Restriction on financial incentives. From the effective date of this resolve until September 1st, 2027, no state agency, authority, or quasi-independent entity may approve, award, or disburse new state-funded financial incentives, grants, loans, refundable or transferable tax credits, or other discretionary economic development benefits for a data center with a projected maximum electric demand of 20 megawatts or greater. This subsection does not apply to incentives that were finally approved and legally binding prior to the effective date of this resolve. 7. Prohibition on segmentation. Electric demand must be calculated based on aggregated load at a single site or contiguous parcels under common ownership or control. a project may not be divided into phases or affiliated entities to avoid the threshold established in this section.
Are there
For the record.
questions for Representative Foster about his amendment? Representative Warren, Senator Harrington, Representative Sachs.
First question I wanted to get to was about the impact of natural gas. So just the basics that as far as I understand, I think was Representative Kessler brought to bear in a previous work session around just kind of the basics of supply and demand. How would it be possible if one of these sites at this scale is using that amount of natural gas that it wouldn't have an impact on costs more broadly?
Well, other than what I just read in here pertaining to that it won't, I'm not sure if you were here then or not, we had testimony in that regard that the natural gas supply is large enough that won't be an issue. And that, as a matter of fact, if you were here, I asked a question about the Sappi mill in particular, if there was ever an instance where they had to, or where their natural gas supply was reduced because of lack of availability. And the answer was that has not been the case. I don't have a final clarification of that yet, but I believe that I just read it. The part here does address that situation.
My question, I guess, would be.
Representative Warren.
Oh, sorry. Would be, for one, I am not familiar with that testimony. If you could clarify who shared that, and then two, if that's true, then why have that piece if there's no other way, if it's not a need and there's no way to impact it, then why include it?
Representative Foster.
Well, I think that a lot of what is in here is to try to alleviate the concerns of folks that think that this project will go beyond those boundaries or not meet the restrictions that we think they should. That's why one reason that's in here is to back that up. IECG were the ones who were up here when I asked that question, and certainly we can ask them again about that particular piece if you'd like, but I think Steve Hudson is here if you'd like.
Representative Warren, did you have any follow-up first of all, before I go to Senator Harrington?
Yeah, one final follow-up. So no, I respect that perspective. I have looked at different information.
Okay.
So, but I wanted to ask as one final follow-up. So I appreciate this amendment is trying to get at different concerns. My concern is the use of natural gas. So is there anything in there about a requirement to either meet the RPS or otherwise use non-carbon emitting resources as part of this type of construction?
Representative Foster.
No, I don't believe that I read anything in there on that particular issue.
Okay, Senator Harrington.
Nicely done. Just to add, this would also include the council. So we would be adding the council to this.
Okay.
That was
And then Representative Sachs, that was your question. Any other questions for Representative Foster on his amendment before we get in?
one of my questions.
Okay, you have another one?
Mhm.
Okay, go ahead.
So, question to you, Rep. Foster. When I said yesterday that I'd be willing to work with anybody around exemptions, I didn't see this in my email. Did you forward this to me?
No, Chair Sachs, I did not because I didn't have this at that time.
Today?
I had it today, but I did not email it to you.
Okay. Did you write this?
No, I did not write this.
Okay. And so it has a temporary moratorium after you just got done saying you couldn't vote for the current bill because of the temporary limitation. Your bill has a temporary limitation. Your bill also has no, prohibits any financial incentives whatsoever for these companies. Is that consistent with your position on the original bill? Either one of
So,
those things?
I'm going to say, let's not get into a debate on the amendment
Well, I just
because we've
heard
had
it.
a vote. It's a question about what is in the amendment. If we want a motion to reconsider to open up the debate again, we can debate it. And we do have the opportunity when it comes through for language review. But we've had the vote, debate has been closed. This is just the presentation of the amendment. Questions on the amendment? Representative Webb, Senator Grahowski.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just had a clarifying question for Senator Harrington around the council. Is it as same as in the other version?
Well, I would look at the folks who are going to be on that report with me. I mean, I certainly would like to see some more specialty minds on that council, but engineers, industry experts, trying to make sure that the people who will be most affected by this actually have a seat at the table.
Yes,
Representative Foster,
yes, that would be our intent.
Senator Grahowski.
Respectfully, I would just ask that since this is in writing and presumably in a digital version, that the Representative Foster and members on the minority report consider emailing this to the entire committee for consideration and the entire IP list. This is sort of the first time I'm aware of this alternate proposal, and I'm not prepared to reconsider it at this point. I'm always prepared to approach any proposal with an open mind, and I'd like the opportunity to do so.
Representative Foster, are you comfortable with having Lindsay
Yes.
share that document with interested parties in the committee?
Yes, I obviously want to pass this by her first to see if
Yep.
there are some things that are
Okay.
incorrect or not properly, and then
So
share that with everyone.
one second, please. My suggestion is we share that version and then you're going to work with Lindsay to put it into legislative form that we'll finally see. We'll see the final legislative version at language review,
Yes,
but you'll share that before.
yes.
Okay, great.
And I hope that this meets Senator Grahowski's request for.
Yep,
getting this
it
on
does.
record.
And I'm prepared to rule that you've met the rule
And
and you've given us the detail we need. We're just she was just asking if you'd be willing to share that ahead of
Yes.
time.
certainly, certainly. Yep.
Okay, Representative Paul.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to clarify, did those on the ought not to pass, did we decide who was on that report and who wasn't? Do we have that discussion yet?
So I haven't had that, I haven't posed that question
Okay.
yet. We're just going through what is in Representative Foster's proposed amendment. He's going to share the preliminary draft with committee members with interested party, and Lindsay's going to work on preparing the final draft. Everybody's kind of, Representative Warren, did you have a question about that?
Yes, I just wanted to clarify. It sounds like the only thing that would change from the majority report on the council piece, you're not removing anyone. So like the organized labor representatives not being removed, an environmental advocacy organization, you're only seeking to add an engineering perspective and a representative from the data center industry. Just for my
Correct. I have no problem with having the folks that are on there represented to look at this from their point of view, if you will, for who they represent and what they represent. I do feel that there needs to be a subject matter expert involved that can be referred to, if you will, by others on that committee and can bring some perspective that they may not have on what is possible, what isn't possible, what to expect, what not to expect, that type of thing.
So to clarify, I want to make sure you're having all the members on the majority report on the council, plus you're adding additional individuals.
Yes.
Okay. Other questions? Representative Warren.
And then one final question about both the water impact and natural resource impact and the piece around natural gas, because I think those were the two that were speaking about impact on the broader resource itself. Are those considerations going to be evaluated project to project, or is there some broader universe of like if there's X amount of projects that will burden a given region, or does that make sense?
Do you understand the question?
I'm not sure, but I
think-
think I can answer it.
Okay, great. Thanks.
So again, and I won't read the language again, it is natural gas pieces addressed. I believe the water concern is addressed in this. And we also heard that, and I think that if this is accepted as an amendment, then I think that overall we, going forward, that obviously the communities, the water districts, and I believe they would anyway, will be involved. And we heard from a couple of those that were already looking at this situation. So I don't know if that answers your question, but
So I'd
Nothing
suggest
changes.
we not get into the debate. We circulate this. I've said you've distributed, certainly distributed enough for the draft of amendment. We'll have a chance to look at it. It will come back in final language from Lindsay. If somebody wants to consider it or make a motion to reconsider or something like that, that can be done at that point. Okay? So the vote is 8 in favor of ought to pass as amended by Representative Webb's amendment. And then is everyone who voted no in favor of Representative Foster's amendment? Okay, so Representative Paul and Representative McIntyre are not. Representative Wadsworth and Representative Senator Harrington. I get it wrong some way. So 3 in favor of that, and then the 2 in the minority, you're going to be ought not to pass? Okay, great. Okay, that's the vote, and we'll, sorry, Lindsay. Yep.
All right, so I just want to clarify, this is using, for the ought to pass as amended, Representative Foster's report. I'm authorized to work with him with any questions. You're going to send me the electronic copy. I can distribute that to the committee members as well as to the interested parties list. And then we'll work on language. This also, so it's that language, but also incorporating the council language from the majority report, and then including additional individuals with engineering experience and a representative of data centers. Is that correct?
yes.
Okay, thank you.
Do it on mic, please, Steve.
Yes, and basically that's subject matter expert.
Okay, okay. So that's the vote. I just wanted to clarify the process on language review. Remember, language review is brought back. Those voting in 8 will review the language on theirs. Those voting in 3 will review the language on theirs. If you want to have a debate on it, then we need a motion to reconsider. But if you have questions after you see the version that was passed around, I suggest you go to Steve, Matt, or Nate directly and ask your questions before we get to language review, because I don't expect a debate at language review unless we have a motion to reconsider. Okay, everybody understand the process? Lindsay wanted to do a language review today, but we're not going to do it. So we're going to have a bunch of language reviews on Tuesday. We're meeting after sessions, so get your language reviews hats on. Do you think this will be one of them?
Oh, I hope so. Yes.
Yep, so you should expect
The plan
this
is to
be
get
ready.
as many
So if you
together
have
as
questions
possible.
for Steve, ask him quickly over the weekend, please. Okay? Motion to adjourn? So moved. Second, we're adjourned.